Good morning. Pleasure for me to be here, and we have a nice single entry cow-calf pair here to start our breeding portion of your county fair, and what a very production-orientated pair that we've got to come out and evaluate first thing this morning. And just from a udder quality standpoint, nice volume and sure some substance there. And if we take a look at the calf, it doesn't take us long to realize that there's some function there within that udder. A very nice made cow in terms of her head shape and her neck shape. And from a balance perspective, maybe if we were comparing her to the ideal, maybe I'd like to balance her up in terms of her front to her rear. Wants to be a little flatter in her hip shape and a little rounder out of her hip as well. Maybe just like to square her up in her pin placement. But the proof's in the pudding when it comes to the bull calf. What a stout, powerfully constructed bull calf, a January calf at side on this 4-year-old, extremely square build as we've evaluated top side into particularly his upper hip shape, and really balances out in terms of a profile perspective as well. Very nice single entry, but could sure use some competition pair to start our show this morning. Let's give him a nice hand.
Welcome everyone to the 76th Howard County Fair and our open class and 4-H breeding beef show. Our judge today is Spencer Schrader from Wells, Kansas. We're very glad to have him with us today. And we're starting with the other breeds show. First, in the first class, went to Bowman Family Shorthorns. That was the cow-calf, class 1, first to Bowman Family Shorthorns. Now in the ring, our spring heifer calves.
Bring class 4 junior heifer calves and other breeds to ringside. Class 4 junior heifer calves to ringside.
Nice March heifer calf here in our spring calf division. Super nice balance, and I think the term that best describes the one that we're going to start with is just complete. I think in terms of just brood cow, but also with it a little extra look of quality, and combining that with particularly the best rib and body shape and hip construction and hind leg construction of any of the three that we've looked at. So I think she just ties the most things together and moves to the top of the class pretty handily. From there, I think, you know, it gets a little closer in my mind, and I think just predominantly from just a hip and hind leg construction standpoint, this is where the heifer really excels. The two remaining Charolais and Fluence heifers that we have, not only is she just stouter and more developed, and obviously in terms of age as well, just in her body shape and her rib, but she's just so much bolder in that rib shape. But more importantly, as I said earlier, just in terms of levelness and correctness in her hip structure and the way her posture and her overall hawk works as she hits the ground, the female that I think then edges up. If we're going to place them from the hooks forward, the heifer that rounds the trio out wins and wins by a long ways. Man, so elegant, so beautiful in her front 1/3 in terms of her neck, really feminine and thin and nice about her neck as she ties it higher, more correctly into the top of the shoulder as she is compared to the other two in the class. But from there, and primarily because of her hip and the way she gets a little steeper in her rump construction, she wants to pull her spine up and get a little uncoordinated as she goes off on either end. Nice set of heifers here. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First in Class 3, spring heifer calves went to entry 405, Dustin Douglas. Second to entry 404, Matt Bauerlein. And third to entry 403, also Matt Bauerlein. Now in the ring are junior heifer calves. Following that, we'll have the selection of the calf champion and the reserve calf champion.
Very nice single entry here, and so powerfully built, but so long and extended in her overall body makeup. Extremely long and extended out the front 1/3 of her body. And then as you study her from her top side, maybe as powerful of any of the calves that we've seen so far. Maybe just a little rounder in her overall rib shape and in her forerib, and maybe just a touch more upright in terms of the angle to her rear pasturing. But very, very complete, very powerfully built heifer that exhibits a lot of those attributes that you'd like to see in your Charolais genetics. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First in Class 4, junior heifer calves. First went to Matt Bauerlein, entry 407. We're now ready to select the calf champion and the reserve calf champion in the other breed show.
Attention in the barns, please bring your entries for Class 11 and Class 12, late summer yearlings and early summer yearling heifers to ringside.
As we talked about our younger class winner in terms of just completeness and offering the most good, or in terms of parts and pieces as a young calf, I think is the same reason why we're going to go ahead and use her here in this division, just in terms of combining those body shape attributes that we talked about, particularly in terms of forerib and softness in her flank, but also in terms of just overall correctness, particularly in how she hits the ground off of her rear too. Again, We're going to keep the first together and use the Charolais from our older class to be reserved in terms of just power and shape. A heifer that sure offers that the most in that category of any of the heifers we've seen today. Just again, for me, just a little rounder and harder in her rib shape. Two nice pair of heifer calves here to start our first division. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Calf champion in the other breed show is entry number 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. The reserve calf champion is entry 407, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Now in the ring, we need class 11, late summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
Attention in the barns, please bring your entry for class 12, early summer yearling heifers to ringside.
Really powerful built late summer, early fall born heifer the young man's bringing. Super powerful in terms of her rib design, really bold in her forerib and really stout in terms of how she works that shape out of her top side of her skeleton. But from a profile perspective is really nice in terms of how she maintains that uniformity and body depth as she works back into her flank. Really stout in her bone work as well, and we used the word stout a couple times, and with that comes a little coarseness about her head, a little thickness in her neck, and maybe just a little more lower chest and shoulder than typically I compare to the ideal. But as we know, it takes a little bit of a radiator if we're going to drive a truck quite that big in terms of just overall stoutness and power. Let's give the young man a nice round of applause.
Results of class 11, late summer yearling heifers. First went to Colby Huff. Now in the ring is class 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
Very athletic heifer, very spirited heifer, as we see, but way long-bodied, really extended in her overall makeup, extremely powerful built in terms of just her hip construction, and look how wide she comes out of her pin placement. But with that, has some flexibility, particularly from her shoulders back. Really like her hind leg and how she hits the ground off of her back too. Maybe in terms of the ideal, if we're going to correct her, just the angle to her shoulder. Like to tip it back just ever so slightly and allow her to reach a little longer and easier out of her front 1/3. But a very high quality Char and Fluence heifer here coming in our yearling class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 12 early summer yearling heifers. First in both the open and 4-H show is Thomas Moxley. We're now ready to select the intermediate calf and intermediate reserve calf champion females.
As we individually evaluate and then come back from a comparative sense, both females have some things that you like in terms of parts and pieces, and a few things that you maybe like to change within them as well. And you know, there's some soft rib shape in terms of pliability that you like with the black heifer, but in terms of just rib construction, in terms of just stoutness and boldness as you read her from her top side of her skeleton, the Charolais influence heifer sure's got some things that you like in terms of that rib design as well. And I think for me, in just terms of combination, again, the most good in terms of length and still brute cow look, length and extension out of front 1/3, and genuine meat animal shape. We're going to go ahead and use the Charolais heifer in this division, and in a close placing follow up with the black heifer in reserve. Let's give those two kids a nice round of applause here.
Our intermediate calf champion female in both the 4-H and open shows is entry number 409, exhibited by Thomas Moxley. The reserve champion in the open show is entry number 408, exhibited by Colby Huff. We're now ready for Class 15 April Junior Yearling females. We have 3 entries.
Attention in the barns, please bring your entries for the March Junior Yearling Heifer class, class 16 to ringside, class 16 to ringside.
we're going to use the Charolais and Fluence heifer in this trio to start the class. And again, in terms of just offering the most good and combination, I think the female in terms of body shape and genuine meat animal shape, as we read her in terms of her just overall build and not from her top side, but as we step around behind her, again, maybe just a little harder in her rib shape than what I typically like. Maybe I like to loosen her up in her skeleton in terms of her shoulder and the way she moves out of her front third and her rear pastern as well. But I think the logical place to start within this group of three. I think from there we're going to use the young man's heifer to come second. I don't care how we slice. If you want to spin around and go around just like we pulled out of the original side-by-side lineup. I think just in terms of body shape and just overall beef meat animal shape, she's more genuine in terms of her skeletal makeup as we read her, as we step in behind her and look down her top. She's just bolder, more expansive in her rib. And again, in terms of just, we can debate whether she's going to be big enough or the other one's going to be too tall. I'll let you make that decision in terms of your breeding program and what you like. But that's typically where I tend to lean in terms of the replacement heifers and keep coals at our place. In terms of length and extension, the heifer that rounds out the class, if you prefer them a little longer, more extended in their body type and kind, she's no doubt the heifer that you'd put second versus third in that final pair within the class. But for me, she's just a little flatter in her muscle shape and a little frailer in her overall bone and skeletal makeup. So anyway, nice pair of heifers there to talk about. Again, either way, in terms of second and third in your mind, that's how I like them. Let's give those trio in that class a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 15, April Junior Yearlings. First went to entry 410, Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 412, Malaya Mullinex. And third to entry 411, also Malaya Mullinex. Reading down your program, 1, 2, 3, all in the open show. Now in the ring are March Junior Yearling Heifers.
the longer you study these heifers, I think these top two are extremely close. I think just in terms of quality and show ring presence, I think in a pair of nice heifers that sort pretty handily in the top two spots in this class, I think she's got some of those intangibles that you just give her the nod in this setting and to go ahead and use her to win this class. I think in just terms of her presence and actual her freshness, even though she's got a little chest in terms of how she's built and her lower portion of her front 1/3, I think in terms of just freshness and genuineness in terms of her body condition, the heifer that kind of gives the nod to me. And again, as we talked about in terms of quality and just show ring presence, if you will, goes ahead and gets the nod in this pair of heifers that are fairly close. Now, if in terms of just power and shape, this heifer should win in terms of just her rib, and she's really stout in her overall body build, but just a little heavier in her front 1/3, just a little bit staler in terms of her body condition and freshness. Maybe like to lean her up just a little bit in terms of her stage of her life. And again, I think that's a close placing within that pair, but two nice heifers sure that sort up in the class to start with. The young lady's heifer in our final pair within this group of four, I think in terms of structural correctness, maybe a little bloomier in terms of her body shape and her muscle shape, but I think in terms of her hip and hind leg, handles herself a notch better than the heifer that is going to round out her class. And even though I appreciate them in terms of their working clothes and their natural body shape and condition, just a little thinner and a little rawer in terms of her overall makeup, and thus a little flatter and frailer in terms of her body shape and kind, but a pair of nice heifers for those young kids as well. Let's give all those exhibitors in that class a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 414, exhibited by Full Day Enterprise. Second in the open show, entry number 415, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. Third to entry 418, exhibited by Malaya Mullenix. And fourth to entry 417, also exhibited by Malaya Mullenix. First in the 4-H show was entry number 415, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. Reading down your program, on the open side, 1, 2, 4, 3, and first for Hayden Harrison in the 4-H side. Now in the ring are junior yearling females. Right after that, we will choose our junior champion and our reserve junior champion female.
Please bring to ringside your first and second place heifers in class 15 and 16.
Again, another close placing in our top duo of this class of 3. I think it's just, again, not to sound like a broke record, but in terms of just that extra look of quality from a profile position, in terms of her head shape and her neck, particularly the way she ties into her shoulder just a little higher, more correctly, as we compare those 2 heifers, has that advantage. And even though I'd maybe like to see her a little softer in her rib shape, and we'll talk about that advantage that the heifer that comes in behind her has, I think in terms of just overall completeness, top line shape, and the way she ties her tail head a little neater into the back side of her spine, I think the heifer that gets the nod in this class. Extremely genuine in terms of her body condition and really powerful built, but just a notch smoother and a little more elegant in terms of her profile presence. From body shape, particularly in that mid portion of her body, this one's better. She's bolder and stouter in her rib shape as we look at her in terms of how that rib cage comes out of the top side of her skeleton and maintains that shape and stoutness all the way into her underline, and a heifer that maybe has a notch advantage in terms of bone work and stoutness. But again, as we've talked about before, there's give and take, and with that stoutness, we get a little more crest in the top side of her neck, a little more boldness in her shoulder, a little more boldness in the lower portion of her shoulder particularly, thus she slides into second. A nice quality heifer that rounds the class out in third, but in terms of looseness and spine and skeleton, she wants to get a little tight and restricted in terms of her movement out of her top side of her body, but that I think is largely due to the fact that she wants to round out of her hip and drop that pin placement and get those back 2 tucked up underneath her as she gets into motion. Let's give those 3 a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers in the Other Breed Show. First went to entry number 420, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Second to entry 421, also exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. And third to entry 422, also exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Reading down your program, the place 1, 2, 3. We're now ready to select the junior champion and reserve junior champion female in the Other Breed Shows. We need our first and second place class winners to the ring, please.
we've recently talked. I'm not going to go back through them. I think within this junior yearling division here, I think it really comes down to the second and third classes within the division, and in terms of their class winners to potentially win. And there's definitely some give and take. There's some difference in terms of mature frame size, if you will, and overall mature weight, and a lot of that has to do in terms of breed percentages and breed type and kind. Again, in terms of just power and shape and muscle, there's no doubt that the Charolais heifer, as you read her from just the overall body build and in terms of how she works that shape out of her top side of her skeleton, and yet so long and so extended in her overall make. Within that comes just a little roundness, and again, in terms of breed type and kind and what you would expect, just a little harder in terms of a rib shape, maybe a little more rigid in those rear pasterns than we'd like. And I think the black heifer that we talked about, in just terms of body and just brute cow look, there's some things just from a doability standpoint, mature cow size, particularly for me and where we come from in a range setting, the kind that typically hold up in terms of fleshing ability and longevity, a little more for me. Again, in terms of just shape of her neck, she's not perfect. She gets a little deep in terms of her brisket and her lower shoulder. I think it's really close, and you can make your mind up in the audience and at the sidelines of which you like in this division. We're going to go ahead and use the black heifer to win, and we're going to use the Charolais for the next class. And let's give those entries a nice round of applause within this division.
Our junior champion female in the other breed show is entry 414, exhibited by Full Day Enterprise. The reserve champion in the open show is entry number 420, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. In the junior show, the champion other breeds heifer is entry number 415, the junior champion other breeds heifer is entry 415, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. We're now ready for early senior yearling females. Next in the ring, we have our senior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries. Following that, we will be selecting our senior champion female and our champion other breeds and reserve champion other breeds female.
Attention in the barns, please bring your division champions and reserves to ringside. Your division champions and reserves to ringside.
We're going to use a black heifer to start this class. And again, in terms of polar opposites, in terms of type and kind here in our senior yearling division, I think in terms of just length and extension, and again, you can make up your mind whether or not the frame size more applicable for you, whether you go bigger versus smaller. I think just in terms of overall good and doing the most in terms of combining those good traits or those good attributes, she's within this class that gets a nod for me. So much fresher in terms of her body condition and shape. Heifer that's just more elegant and more feminine in terms of the front 1/3 of her body, but still has some genuine shape as you turn in behind her. I think in terms of just leanness, she may look just a little harder, if you will, as we compare them, but I think there's some shape there. Again, compared to the ideal, maybe I'd like to change her in terms of how she hooks up right behind her shoulder and her forerib there. And even though it's a very high quality, very functional udder, maybe like to strengthen her rear udder attachment at this young age and maybe make a little more uniformity in terms of her teat size and shape from her fore to her rear udder as well. But I think the logical place to start in this class. From there, in terms of just moderation and fleshing ability and rib shape and kind, the red heifer you like so much, and she excels this pair in terms of just the boldness in the mid portion of her body. But with that easy fleshing comes excess flesh, and unfortunately within this pair, like to seen her maybe 60 days ago in terms of a comparative standpoint, is she's just getting a little bit staler in terms of her body shape and her overall condition for me in this stage. But two nice pair of heifers to talk about and extremely different in their type and kind. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 21 early senior yearling heifers. First went to entry 424, Bowman Family Shorthorns. Second to entry 423, Abby Patrick. Reading down your program 2-1. Entry 424, Bowman Family Shorthorns will be your automatic senior champion. And entry number 423, Abby Patrick, will be your automatic reserve senior champion. We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion female in the other breed show.
nice lineup we have here in this portion of our show. And again, as we go back through them and look for the spot to land here within this division, I think in terms of just completeness, and we talk about that a lot, and particularly when we're at the local level, I mean, we really start to look at the individuals or the entries that offer the most good, the most complementary traits, if you will, or attributes that we can combine within a package. And I think regardless of size, breed, whatever you're looking at, I think for me within this division there's a heifer that does that quite well, and irregardless of the fact she's the youngest, she's still the best in my mind. Congratulations, you're going to be champion. I think it gets a little closer from there and even contention for seconds, but I tend to land here again with this heifer here that comes out of our third age group. Congratulations, you'll be reserved.
Attention in the barns, please bring all of your other breed bulls to ringside. All other breed bulls to ringside.
Champions in our other breed show in the open division. Champion female was entry 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. And the reserve was entry 414, exhibited by Full Day Enterprise. Our judge is now selecting the champion and reserve champion in the 4-H show. Attention in the barns, please have your pair of females ready to come in after this class. And then all other
I think very close here for our 4-H champion drive within this division. And young man Charolais and Fluence heifer, there's some things that I really like about her. If she just relax and let the young man put her in place, I sure help her. But in terms of just length and extension out of the front 1/3, particularly as we just talk about her neck and her head, there's some things that we surely like there. And she's bold and she's stout in terms of the way she works that top side shape and comes back particularly wide in her pin placement. And in terms of just leanness and freshness and body condition, you really like that about her as well. As we talked about her in class, just a little rounder maybe in her rib shape, maybe not perfect in the angle to her shoulder and how she's laid into her shoulder, not only from the front side, but also as then she ties into her shoulders. Well, just like to change that and tip that blade angle back just ever so slightly, but there's some really nice pieces and parts with that yellow heifer. In terms of just brood cow power and just overall rib dimension and a female, if we turned out, that I'd be quite confident. And there's some longevity, if nothing else, just from a body style and fleshing ability standpoint that you really like about her. And as you evaluate her, even though I'd like to see her leaner in her body shape as she's presented today, in terms of just her chest and her overall condition as well, a heifer that is genuine in terms of muscle. It's just not all white, if you will. As you look at her, there is some shape, there is some expansion in terms of her top side skeleton shape, and as she works that rib cage out of her spine and comes back with some width into her hip, particularly I think in terms of breed influence, if you will, there is some substance to that heifer that goes along with just that depth and that shape from a profile position. I think there's some give and take, I think, just from a female standpoint, and again, it's not necessarily the perfect one in my mind that we're trying to pick within this pair. It's the one that does the most for me, I think, in terms of longevity and look and kind, and again, I think it's really, really close. For me, if I'm going to take one home and turn it out, it's going to be the black heifer, and she'll be championed with a close second with a Charolais influence. Let's give the kids a nice round of applause.
Our champion 4-H female in the other breeds division was entry 415, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. The reserve was entry number 409, exhibited by Thomas Moxley. These two young men will receive an award from the Howard County 4-H Beef Club. Now in the ring are our class pair of heifers. We have one entry.
Very nice pair of Charolais females. We've talked about them in their individual classes, and again, in terms of body shape and kind, as we evaluated the little heifer from her rib back, you really liked her in terms of just length and overall performance appeal, if you will, from a breed type. Sure liked the overall extension and length of body that we had from the older heifer. Let's give this entry a nice round of applause with their pair of female entry.
First in class 29, pair of females, went to Matt Bauerlein. We're now ready for our other breeds bull show. First class is our junior bull calves. We have one entry.
Attention in the barns, Angus exhibitors, this is your get ready call. We don't have very many other breeds bulls, so please start beginning to get your Angus entries ready to come to ringside.
Really nice single entry that we see here to start our bull show. We talked about this bull calf as he was outside at the pair earlier today, but in just terms of overall boldness, really stout, and love how he works some shape as he comes out of the backside of his shoulder, maintains that width and dimension all the way back into his pin placement, a bull that has some shape, and I think will go ahead and progress and like the masculinity and development in terms of testicular development and just that overall masculinity look that he's already started to develop here as a January calf. Let's give this entry a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 31 Junior Bull Calves. First went to Bowman Family Shorthorns. That will also be your automatic bull calf champion. We're now ready for Class 44 Class 35 Senior Bull Calves. We have one entry.
Nice single entry Charolais bull that we've got coming next in our yearling class here. Really a good looking calf, good looking rascal in the front 1/3 of his body. Really ties his neck really nice into the top side of his shoulder and gives you a nice presence in terms of the profile, particularly from the hooks forward. A calf that's extremely stout and muscular in his body shape and his overall muscularity. Maybe you'd like to just loosen him up in his rib construction and soften him up in the middle portion of his body and help him in terms of just coordination and how he hits the ground in terms of his posture and his foot. Maybe you'd like to level him out of his pinge and just square him up in that back third as we get him in motion. Nice bull here in that yearling class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Result Class 35 Senior Bull Calf. First went to entry 427 Matt Bauerline. This will also be your automatic Senior Calf Champion Bull. Now in the ring we have Class 44 Early Yearling Bulls. We have one entry. Following that we'll be ready to select our other breeds Champion Bull.
Single entry here in this older age division, and a calf that you like, and it's got some softness to him, got some pliability in terms of his look and his rib construction. A calf that's got some testicular development. A calf that in a stationary position gives you a nice look. A calf that when we get into motion as we compared him to the ideal. Again, maybe just like to tip that angle shoulder, that angle to his shoulder back just a tick as we look at him and evaluate him as he goes in his front 1/3 of his body. Maybe like to see him hit more evenly as he goes to the ground in terms of his front hoof. He wants to tend to hit that outside toe first in terms of how he goes to the ground with those front feet. But a nice single entry calf here that we need to give a nice round of applause to.
Placings in Class 44, early yearling bulls first, went to entry 428, Bowman Family Shorthorns. We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion other breeds bulls. Following that, we have 2 group classes, and then we will be ready to start the Angus show.
Attention in the barns, please have your senior get of cider and the other big show ready to come in the ring following the selection of the champion bull and the parent bulls class, and then we'll be ready to start the Angus show.
Again, I think as we move down the line within a progression or show, and we look to pick a champion here within the AOB division of your bull show. Again, I don't know if there's the one out there that really hits me, that dominates necessarily within this division. I think there's some good parts and pieces and some good individuals that maybe you'd like to change a few things here and there. I think there's some give and take. And again, I think as we start to evaluate in terms of completeness, and again, not to overuse the word, but I think the individual within this group that best combines structural correctness, look and balance from profile position for me, and still that stoutness and shape that we want to see in terms of our bulls as we look in for breeding pieces. The Roan Bull Calf is going to be my champion in this division, followed by the Charolais. And let's give these entries a nice round of applause.
And our reserve grand champion bull is entry number 427, exhibited by Matt Bauerlein. Next in the ring, we have our pair of bulls, and following that, we will have our senior get of sire to complete the other breed show.
Nice single entry here in our pair of bulls class. Again, from an individual standpoint, calves and that got a nice complementary shape, if you will, in terms of different parts and pieces. We talked about the softness and the pliability and the look of the older bull in his class, and the overall completeness of the bull that just won this division. Some nice pieces and parts for each of them, but both very quality in terms of their overall presence. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Other breeds get of sire to the ring, please. Other breeds get of sire. Angus exhibitors, please bring your first class entries to ringside, please. Angus exhibitors, first class to ringside.
Our entry in the senior get of sire was scratched, and therefore we are ready to start the Angus show. Our first class is entry.
Angus exhibitors, please bring your entries for class number 7, winner heifer calves to ringside. Winner heifer calves to ringside.
Really nice heifer calf here that wins the class to start our Angus division. And in terms of just completeness, a female that gives you a really nice look from the side. And I think as we compare them, just so much more attractive in terms of her neck and how she's laid into her shoulder and hooks up into her forerib. And as we see her not only in a stationary position, but also as she gets put into motion, maintains more integrity and levelness in her top line, particularly in that loin area and how she comes back into her tail head. Again, a heifer maybe could use a shot more bone and just a little more power as we read her in terms of her overall stoutness. She's just a little flatter in her make, but I do appreciate that she is extremely green and fresh, and the way that we'd like to have our young females at this standpoint. Very nice heifer calf to win this class. And I think a heifer that's got some things that you like that comes in second. She may be a notch bolder in her rib shape as you read it, as she works that rib cage out of the top side of her skeleton. A female that I think as we compare them though, just doesn't quite hook up quite as nicely in terms of her shoulder build and into her forerib. Wants to pinch down in her loin as she gets going on the move as well. Two very nice heifer calves. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 8 Senior Heifer Calf to ringside. Class 8 Senior Heifer Calf to ringside.
You want to go ahead, bring her on out, and then come in behind her. Heifer's going to win here our senior Heifer calf class. I think in just terms of quality and presence from the profile position, the heifer that really dominates the class, really gives you a nice look as you see her from the side. A heifer is very highly presented as well. Really like the sweep and shape of her rib cage as you look at her from the side. A heifer that I think handles herself very nicely in terms of her hip and hind leg. Maybe not perfect in terms of her shoulder. Maybe, again, we've said that numerous times. If I'm going to change her just ever so slightly, I'd like to change that angle to her shoulder just a notch. But a very high-quality female to start the class. Just in terms of stoutness and just good pieces and parts, I really like the heifer that the young man's got, and very genuine. As we read her from a meat animal shape, we get on the top side of her as genuine in her shape as you could ask for, and just really solid in terms of her body shape and overall skeletal flexibility. But just gives me a little plainer look, a little plainer in terms of her head shape and her overall look, but a very, very solid heifer here in second. From there, I think the young man's heifer is the logical third within the trio. Again, as we evaluate her compared to the heifer, she's got some muscle shape, she's got some stoutness, but again, with that comes some negativities typically that we have within those traits as we evaluate females. Just doesn't kind of piece together quite as nicely. It gets a little piecier in terms of her make from the thirds, if you will, like to stouten her up in terms of her forerib and how she hooks into the backside of her shoulder, and just like to soften her up in her muscle pattern ever so slightly, and then we could consider moving her up a spot. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Welcome to our Angus show at the 76th Howard County Fair. Going back to Class 1, the results, entry number 101 was first, exhibited by Full Day Enterprise. That will also be your automatic calf champion. And entry number 102, also exhibited by Full Day Enterprise, is also the reserve calf champion. The class that just left the ring, which was winner heifer calves, first in both open and 4-H, went to entry number 109, Blair Heath. Second in open class and 4-H was entry number 107, exhibited by Grant Anthony. And third in the open show was entry number 111, exhibited by Thomas Moxley. Now in the ring are Class 8 Senior Heifer Calf. We have one entry.
Very nice heifer that comes in as a single entry. It can stand a little more competition. And again, as we talked about, there's some similarities with hers. As we think back to the heifer that was second in the last class, very practical, really functional in terms of her overall skeletal makeup. A heifer that I read as being genuine in her muscle shape, really genuine in terms of her body composition at this point in time. When she gets her parked, she gives me a nice look from the side, maybe a little bolder in terms of the lower portion of her shoulder as we compare her to the ideal. And as we evaluate her rib from a profile's perspective, really like the boldness as we look at her from the top side, but again, from the profile perspective, maybe like to see a little more sweep and uniformity as she works back into her flank as we compare to the ideal. But a very high quality heifer. Let's give the young lady a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 8 Senior Heifer Calves. First in the open show went to entry 113, Avery Dull. We're now ready to select the Senior Calf Champion Female in reserve. We need the entries, our first and second place winners from Class 7 and Class 8.
Attention in the barns, Angus exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 11 and 12 to ringside. Class 11
Again, nice division here as we look at the heifer that comes out of our youngest class within this division in terms of just overall show ring presence and appeal, but combining so many nice things, very elegant and very broody in her look, but just super, super attractive as we step off from the side and look at her. She'll be champion in this division. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Really, the race within this division is for reserve, and I think there's some really give and take, and it's close for me. I think if we start to evaluate overall skeletal flexibility, hip and hind leg construction, foot construction, and the way that the young heifer that comes second in that class ties her tail head into the backside of her spine, and just her overall rump construction. As we get them out and move, she just is so much more flexible and gives me that look that I'm looking for in terms of brood cow potential. Young man, congratulations, you'll be reserved.
Our senior heifer calf champion in both the 4-H and open shows was entry number 109, exhibited by Blair Heath. The senior reserve calf champion, also in both the open and 4-H shows, was entry number 107, exhibited by Grant Anthony. Now in the ring, we have class number 11, late summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
Angus exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 12, early summer yearling heifers to ringside. Class 12, early summer yearling heifers to ringside.
Very highly presented heifer, single entry here that really appreciate her body depth, and as we read her into her forerib, really bold and really deep in her forerib, and maintains that shape, particularly from the profile, sweeping as she goes back into her flank. As we're going to change her in terms of how we compare to the ideal as we step in behind her, just like to power her up, not only in terms of her rib design as she works out of her spine, but also of her overall muscle shape as well. And also maybe just like to stouten her up in her skeletal and bone work as we compare her again to some of the other females and the ideal, if you will. Very nice heifer here is a single entry. Let's give you a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 11, late summer yearling heifers. First in the open show went to entry number 115, exhibited by Kelly Spicer. We're now ready for Class 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have 4 entries.
very difficult class, and I think if we were going to cut the 4 in a judging contest type environment, I think the cuts would be extremely low in places and maybe throughout. For me, I guess there's not one that really just grabs me and pushes themselves to the top of the class, but again, I think in terms of the logical place and the most good in my mind, young man's heifer with the white flank is going to start the class, and even though there's things that aren't perfect, particularly in her front end skeletal construction, I think all the heifers to some degree within the class aren't perfect in how they're built. And I think in terms of just femininity, look, quality, and the way she's made in her spine, I think she just sorts herself to the top side of this class and is the logical place to start. And even though the heifer that's going to come in second is so much stouter, I think as we read her, not only in her muscle shape, but also in her bone work, again, some of the things in terms of her shoulder, just rounder, bolder, a little plainer about her head, and her foot construction, I think also is not perfect. It gets a little shallower in her heel. I think a good foot trimming would help this heifer tremendously. I think that top pair of heifers are really close. I think there's just difference in terms of quality and presence that the heifer that wins the class gets the nod, but a nice individual to come in here in second. I think if we just looked at the young man's heifer that comes in third from just a stationary position, she's got some sharpness and look in terms of her head and her and the presence that she gives from her profile position. But a heifer that as we evaluate her in terms of structure, she's a little tight in her skeleton as he brings her back around for us to look at. And I think more importantly with the heifer that comes in third, just getting a little over on as you see her set up here, just not real comfortable in terms of that shape and the way she comes down out of her shoulder and wants to come over at her knee. And I think there's some similarities with the heifer that rounds out the class too in terms of her shoulder build and then the way that her knee is constructed, just wanting to get just a tick over, but again, a little rounder in her body shape and kind, a little piecier in terms of her profile look and how she's constructed and ties that forerib into her shoulder. But a very interesting, very difficult class, and in your mind, you can sure change them to placing however you like it, and I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Angus exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers to ringside. Class 15, April Junior Yearling Heifers to ringside.
Our results in Class 12 early summer yearling heifers. First in the open and 4-H show went to entry 118, exhibited by Travis Heath. Second in the open and 4-H show, entry number 117, exhibited by Grant Anthony. Third in the 4-H and open show, entry number 119, exhibited by Troy Heath. And fourth in the open show, entry number 120, exhibited by Sarah King. Reading down your program for the open show, 2, 1, 3, 4, and in the 4-H, 2, 1, 3. Now in the ring, we're selecting the intermediate calf champion and reserve intermediate calf champion.
There's definitely some similarities in terms of type and kind with the two firsts that we've got here in this division. Some things and give and take that if you'd like to change in the front 1/3 of their body, you'd like to change both of them for some of the same reasons. I guess as we start to really look at them, the differences that really separate this pair of heifers within this division is just genuine muscle shape and overall stoutness, but doing it in a very maternal look and female look, if you will. Young man from our second class, you'll be champion. Just so much better in her terms of her top shape, and as she comes about stouter right behind her shoulder and maintains those advantages. Congratulations. I think there again it becomes difficult, and just as we talked about in that class from our first place within this division, there's some give and take. I'm not going to argue within the reserve, the race for the reserve, I guess. For me, again, in terms of just overall genuine shape, power, and even though there's some plainness, if you will, in terms of her head shape and her shoulder shape, I think in terms of just heifer, if you will, just coming to me with more heifer. Young man second in that class, you'll be reserved. Congratulations. Let's give these kids and the exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Our intermediate calf champion female in the 4-H and open show is entry number 118, exhibited by Travis Heath. Our intermediate reserve calf champion female in both the open and 4-H show is entry number 117, Grant Anthony. We're now ready for class 15, April junior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries.
Attention in the barns, please bring your entries for class 16, March junior yearling heifers to ringside. March junior yearling heifers to ringside.
Heifer that sorts to the top in this pair, I think in terms of just balance and look from the side, the heifer that does those things so much better in terms of uniformity and her look from the height of her chest floor back into her flank, just more appealing as we look from a profile position. And I think as we read her too, in terms of just how she hooks up in all those portions and parts, so much better in the backside of her shoulder and where she comes into her forerib. And as we read her into her loin and her spine, just is so much more correct as she gets out and goes. And not necessarily is she perfect, but I think extremely has the extreme advantage in coordination, if you will, in this pair of heifers. I think in terms of just moderation and breeding pieces for the future for this young man, there sure is a place for this heifer in terms of her body shape, her moderation, and when he has her in a stationary position, she sure looks the part as well. I think as we get in motion, as we see her getting out and go in terms of the way she's made and her shoulder, and she wants to drop her head, and she gets more upright in her shoulder and bolder in that lower shoulder. Doesn't quite hook up quite as nicely in terms of her forerib as she comes into the backside of her shoulder, and thus it just kind of gets a little more uncoordinated as we compare in terms of her overall motion off of the rhythms of her skeleton. Let's give those two entries a nice round of applause.
Number 122, exhibited by Hayden Brenner, Yearling Heifers. We have 2 entries.
Angus exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 17, Junior Yearling Heifers to ringside. Junior Yearling Heifers, Class 17 to ringside.
extremely difficult class in my mind, and then we'll talk them here just a little bit as they sit here across the way in a profile view. You know, heifer that the young man's got when she's sitting there parked really gives you a nice look and gives you a notch more look of quality as you evaluate her from a stationary position. And I think as we compare her compared to the other heifer within this group here, within the pair, just a stouter and comes in leveler and fuller on the back side of her shoulder as we look at her. And as we go in motion, though, the thing that concerns me with this heifer is she's just a little too tight wound in her overall build and just gets a little stiffer in her overall movement, wants to paddle out of her front end and just gets outside of herself as she strides and then hits the ground, particularly out of her front end. She's not perfect in her rear two either and wants to pinch down in her loin, but I think the biggest portion of that difficulty comes in how she moves out of the front side of her skeleton. Now, the heifer, I think that the young lady's got a young lady. I'm older, so don't take offense in how I describe people. I think overall flexibility when we get put into motion, I think there's an advantage there. I think even though the heifer could really benefit from a nice hoof trimming, I think in terms of foot size, the shape, the overall evenness in terms of toe size, particularly in her front two, and then how those claws are shaped and hit at the ground, she has the advantage within this pair. A heifer that gets a little piecier in her make, not only in motion but also in a stationary position, gets a little tight in her foreribs, so thus doesn't quite balance out quite as nicely as you look at her from the side as she wants to break behind her shoulder and her forerib as well, maybe a little deeper in her chest. So I think there's give and take in my mind, and however you want to position yourself within it. I think within one position in terms of whether they're standing and moving, the one heifer has an advantage over the other and vice versa. For me, I think long-term flexibility, I'm going to use the heifer of the young ladies. I just think there's overall flexibility advantages there, but a very close placing. Please, in your mind, if you'd like to switch them, do so. You're more than welcome. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First in the open show went to entry number 126, Sarah King. Second in the open show and first in the 4-H show was entry number 125, Bryce Heath. We're now ready for Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 3 entries.
young lady does a really nice job showing this heifer that wins the class, and she knows what she needs to do to get her presented well, and we'll talk about the things that I'd like to change about her. And the reason why I say that about how good a showman this young lady is because she's not perfect in her shoulder construction, and she knows it. And she knows that if that heifer goes easy and she takes her time, that she looks better. And she does. And the young lady's done a nice job at that. She wants to open up just ever so slightly in her shoulder, wants to toe out as she goes. But I think in just terms of good show ring presence and that look of quality, she dominates, and really nice in her top line, and just gives you an ultra good look. And I think very functional in terms of her overall build and structure, that it's sure enough good enough in that female to go ahead and propel her to the top slot in this class. Well, in terms of just production, man, just a powerhouse female that comes in second. In terms of just overall boldness and shape, just really like her. And even though she's somewhat coarse in her overall kind, there's some flexibility things in terms of angle to her shoulder and reach out of that front 1/3 of her skeleton that gives her an advantage compared to the heifer that wins the class, but just a little coarser and a little raw in her make, and gets a little piecier in her look from the profile position, particularly as she hooks up into her backside of her shoulder, just like to bold her up and give her more shape and expansion in her top there, and even out that look as you view her from the side. But very, very nice, very production oriented heifer that comes in second. And what a nice job the young lady is doing with the heifer coming third. You can tell she's worked at home quite a bit. And again, in terms of just overall levelness in her top, there's some things that you like about her that fits better with the heifer that comes in second. But in terms of just overall shape and dimension, she gets outpowered in this class just ever so slightly. But again, I think we could switch that second and third if you'd like in your mind. There's definitely some give and take. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry number 128, Blair Heath. Second to entry 129, exhibited by Kelly Spicer. And third to entry 127, exhibited by Ava Brendel. That was in the open class show. Blair Heath, entry 128, was first in the 4-H show, and 127, Ava Brendel, second in the 4-H show. We're now ready to select the junior champion female in the Angus breed. We need the first and second place entries from class 15, 16, and 17 to the ring, please.
within this division, I think there's a pair of heifers that fit together nicely. I think in terms of just advantage and of looking quality and presence that separate themselves within this age division. But I think within that pair, there's an extra notch even further yet above and beyond in terms of look and quality and show ring presence. Young lady, you'll be championing this division. Congratulations. I think from there, even though we talked about the stoutness and the boldness and the shape of the heifer that came in second in class, we also talked that she just doesn't quite fit together from the profile, gets a little piecier in her construction as we view her from the side. With that said, I think for me, in terms of just balance and overall completeness, young lady coming out of our youngest age class within this division will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our junior champion female in the Angus show in both the 4-H and open shows was entry number 128, exhibited by Blair Heath. The reserve in both the 4-H and open shows was entry 124, exhibited by Sarah Whitehead. We're now ready for Class 20 late senior yearling heifers. We have one entry. Following that, we will be ready to select our champion and reserve champion Angus female, so please have your division, champions, and reserves at ringside.
You want to go ahead and lead her around for me here? Pull her out. So I see this young man coming in here with his walking boot and his plastic boot. And I hope members of my family will take a picture of this young man and send it to my mom back home, because I remember 2 county fairs. Right before the county fair, I broke my foot. And this was the attire that we had for 2 straight county fairs. A walking boot with a plastic bag over it. So, young man, I hope you have a great fair despite having a hurt foot. You're doing a great job. And what a nice breeding piece you've got here as a single entry. Very functional, very practical, big-bodied, really bold-shaped female that represents the Angus breed so well. You've got a nice breeding piece here to go forward and work for you in your breeding program and your cow herd. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 20, excuse me, of Class 20 late senior yearling females. First, went in both the open and 4-H show, went to entry 130, exhibited by Charles Brendel. This will also be the senior champion female in both the 4-H and open shows. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Angus female. We need our champion and reserves from each division to the ring, please. While we're selecting our champion Angus female, we want to welcome again our judge, Spencer Schrader from Wells, Kansas. We appreciate him being with us here today.
Let's give all these Angus exhibitors a nice round of applause. We've got a really nice group out here and very nice representation of the breed, and I think it really boils down to a couple heifers for me. I'm going to move along things pretty nicely. It is summer, right? And it's going to get hotter. It typically does as the day goes along. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time going back and just hearing myself talk again. If anybody's got any questions, I'll be here. You're more welcome to ask later, and I'll probably see some of you again on Wednesday as well. Again, I think there's two really nice heifers that really sort themselves to the top of this group. I think just from a quality standpoint, and again, I think back to conversations and whatnot, a supper conversation I've had recently, and we talk about, you know, well, we can't use something because they're not perfect here, or there's some glaring fault that they have. But ultimately, we're trying to find the cattle that have the most good. And within those pair of heifers, in my mind, there's some age difference. And I think some of the things that we see that are negatives that we'd like to change with older females, if we just give those younger ones time, sometimes those things that we can see early tend to develop and get more glaring, if you will, as they get older. I think, again, a very good group, very nice pair of heifers at the top side of it. Young lady, we're going to use you for champion. Young man, you're going to be reserved. Let's give another round of applause. very nice single entry heifer here in our bred and owned division, and how rewarding it is to have a bred and owned that then does well in the open portion or the owned portion of a show, and this heifer sure just did that. So I know for our family, the bred and owned portion of any show, just because of what we do and our operation, it's very, very dear to our heart. Congratulations, lady. You've got a nice one here, and I'm sure you're going to have quite a bit of fun in the next year or so with her as well. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Our champion Angus female in the open and 4-H show was entry 128, exhibited by Blair Heath. Blair also exhibited the reserve champion Angus female, was entry 109 in both the open and 4-H show. And Blair was just in the ring with her first place bred and owned heifer in class number 26. Blair's going to receive awards given by, for the 4-H champion Angus heifer, an award from the Maryland Angus Women's Club. For the reserve, an award from the Boswell family. For the Grand Champion Open heifer, she will receive an award that's given in memory of Mr. Jim Moxley. And for her bred and owned champion, she will receive an award presented by the Bresnock family. We're now ready for the Angus Bull Show. We have our first class in the ring.
Angus exhibitors, bring your entries for your group classes to ringside, please. Angus exhibitors, bring your entries for group classes to ringside. Please also, Hereford exhibitors, you're on call for the first class. Calves, please bring them to ringside.
Nice single entry bull here that we've got in the Angus show. A very powerful built bull, extremely wide in his construction and really powerful in his top shape. Comes back particularly stout in his upper hip. A calf that you sure appreciate for his testicular development, his masculinity. I guess with that stoutness comes a little bit extra rawness in terms of the rib design and his muscle shape too. Just a little rounder for me if we were comparing him to the ideal. And as well, maybe I'd like to change him in terms of the angle to his rear pastern and his feet, wanting to be a little smaller and curl on his outside rear toes off of both of those front legs as well. Let's give that entry a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 44 early yearling bulls. First went to entry 132, Matt Bauerlein. This will also be your junior champion bull and your grand champion Angus bull. We're now ready for Class 58, pair of calves, followed by Class 59, produce of dam, and that will conclude our Angus show.
Here in our pair of heifers class in the Angus division, we talked about these two calves in our youngest age class of the Angus show, and very high quality females that very exciting to think about as they move forward. Definitely some similarities within the two. Very nice breeding pieces that fit together nicely. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class number 58, first, went to entry number 133, Full Day Enterprise. Our last class in the Angus division is class 59, Produce of Dam. We have 1 entry.
Hereford exhibitors, we need your cow calves to the ringside, please. Cow calf, Hereford exhibitors to ringside. Last call for the produce of dam.
Okay, we're now moving forward with our Hereford show. Class 1 is cow calves. We have 2 entries.
exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 3 and Class 4 to ringside. Class 3 and Class 4 to ringside.
Very close pacing here in our Hereford show to start out with the pair division. If you're good. I think as we compare the cows, even though there's some things in terms of her forerunner attachment that I'd like to neaten up with this 3-year-old, I'd like to just tighten that forerunner attachment up just ever so slightly. I think in terms of just balance and structural correctness, there's a huge advantage that this cow has that's going to start the class and as the pair unit, if you will, in terms of production. Just really powerful bull calf with a tremendous amount of performance here as a January calf. And again, I just think in terms of levelness, balance, and overall structural correctness, you know, we had to give that advantage to the cow within this pair. As we evaluate then the cow that comes in second in terms of just some angularity in her front 1/3 and extension out of her neck and overall body length, there's some things that you like about her. Heifer calf's really nice at side, really bold in her rib shape, and has some production features that you sure like from a breeding piece as well. I think from just an overall structural standpoint, like to just loosen up this cow. She gets a little tighter in her rib, a little tighter in her spine, and wants to round out of her hip and drop those pins as she gets out in the move. We could just loosen her up in her overall build, not only from just a body composition standpoint, but also from a structural standpoint. I think she'd get the nod within this pair. Nice pair of cow-calf pairs to talk about. Let's give these entries a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1 Hereford cow-calf pairs. First went to entry 203, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs, and second to entry 202, also exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. That was in the open show. We're now ready for Class 3 spring heifer calves with 2 entries, but we do have some changes on your program. In this class, we will have entry 204. Entry 205 will be moved, and entry 211 will be added to this class. So there will be 2 spring heifer calves, entry 204 and entry 211.
Don't you love showing heifer calves for the first time? I know it always can be interesting, and I think within this pair of heifers, there's some good. I think there's not necessarily a slam dunk. I guess for me, we're going to go ahead and use the young lady's heifer that's leading out here to start the class. And even though there's some things that I'm trying to figure out, if it's a structural standpoint or if it's just the nerves, and we're trying to figure out what it's like to be a show heifer, I'm going to just go ahead and tip my hand in terms of look of quality and just future. I guess for me, if I had these pair of heifers at home and our kids were trying to figure out which one to keep messing with, for me, I think just that extra look from the front 1/3 and the elegance that the heifer has that we're using to start the class would make me, I guess, inclined to hedge my bet that direction. And even though she's extremely green, and not that that's a negative, we want them green at this, there's some genuine shape to her as you really start to study her, particular in her pin placement. I think down the road, as she develops and further matures, there's an advantage of overall stoutness in this heifer, I think, long term. From right now, I think body shape, if we were just going to sort them based upon performance and power and just boldness of rib shape, we'd maybe start with the heifer that's going to be second in the class. I guess if we start to evaluate her from particularly the profile perspective, just a little plainer in her appearance, just to get a little deeper in her shoulder and her chest as we start to compare to the heifer that starts the class, but a nice breeding piece for the young lady as she goes forward with that project. Let's give them a nice round of applause for that duo of heifers.
Results of Class 3 Spring Heifer Calves. First in the open show went to entry number 204, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. Second in the open show and first in the 4-H show was entry number 211, which is moved from the next page into this class, exhibited by Jalen Velasek. Entry 205 is scratched from this class. In the next class, Class 4, Junior Heifer Calves, we will now have 6 entries in this class, the 3 that are on your program, and then from other classes moved entry 205, 209, and 210. So we should have 6.
Attention Hereford exhibitors, please bring your entries from Class 8, Senior Heifer Calves, to the ringside, please. Class 8, Senior Heifer Calves to ringside.
I think from a completeness standpoint, again, just best combining structural correctness, femininity, and just genuine body shape. I think the heifer that's going to start this class does it pretty logically. I think she by far and away combines the most things that we're looking for, and I think slides to that top slot pretty handily, and from there we start to just sort and select. And I think the most logical thing to do next is to use this heifer again from a breed character type and kind, a little different in terms of her head shape and color pattern, but I think particularly from her forerib back, I maybe like this heifer as much as anything in the class. She's soft but yet bold, and probably as her hind leg as any that we have in the class. Gets a little plainer in her head, neck, and chest, and just doesn't quite balance out quite as nicely maybe as the heifer that starts the class. But again, I think quite a bit of good, and thus sits in the top pair of this class. From there, I think again, logic sends this heifer in third for me just because of her body shape, doability, production, performance. I think a heifer that you sure have to like from those attributes. Probably as powerful in her top shape and her overall muscle type as any in the class as well. Again, just a little bolder and more masculine about her head, a little crestier over the top side of her shoulder. The setting into her neck, the way it sets into her shoulder is a little lower, so we get kind of an uneven, piecier look. It's all good. I think as we look at our last trio of heifers, I think in terms of just stage of development, body condition, rib, the heifer that logically slides ahead of the two that round out the class. Again, from a structure standpoint, maybe gets a little more awkward in the angle to her shoulder and make of her shoulder as we compare to the three heifers that sit above her, and as well in terms of her hip and hind leg. And then the two heifers that round out the class. A lot of future. It's interesting to see as they develop and with a little more feed and time where they go, but today just don't have that bloom and that shape relative to the rest of the class, and thus sit where they do fifth and sixth. Let's give the entries a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 4 Junior Heifer Calves. First, went to entry 207, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Second, to entry 208, also exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Third, to entry 206, also exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. Fourth, went to entry 210, exhibited by Jalen Belisek. Fifth, entry 209, exhibited by Abby Patrick. And sixth, entry 205, exhibited by Chloe Patrick. First in the 4-H show was entry 210, exhibited by Jalen Belisek. We're now ready to select the calf champion and the reserve calf champion in the Hereford show.
Exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 8, Senior Heifer Calf, and Class 12, Early Summer Yearling Heifer, to ringside, please. Class 8, Senior Heifer Calf, Class 12, Early Summer Yearling Heifer, to ringside.
as we make our decision in our youngest division here in the Hereford portion of your show, I think it's evident that the first within this division are the ones that kind of slide to the top, and the decision is really between those two for either champion or reserve. I think my gut tells me that I did the right thing in that first class. As we see her come back again into the ring the second time, she's already starting to relax. She was already starting to walk better, relax her top line, and get more comfortable as she came, and a really look of quality and excellence, and quality and presence from a profile standpoint. I really like the future of the young heifer that comes out of our first class. She's going to be champion in this division, with the young lady here in our second class being reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In our open show, the calf champion went to entry number 204, Dustin Douglas, and the reserve to number 207, exhibited by Lindsay Jacobs. We now need to select our champion and reserve of the 4-H show for calf champion.
Here within the 4-H portion of the division, again, it's nice to see that youngest heifer within this division getting comfortable, doing better already the second time that she comes into the ring, and really starting to grow on me. So I think as we start to evaluate these two, just in terms of top line levelness, flexibility in that top line as well, young lady here will be champion, young man you'll be reserve here in the 4-H division. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In our junior show, the calf champion was entry number 211, exhibited by Jalen Velasek, and the reserve champion in the 4-H show, calf champion, was entry 210, also exhibited by Jalen Velasek. Class 7 winter calves, those were all the entries that were moved. So we are now on Class 8 Senior Heifer Calves. We have one entry in the ring.
Hereford exhibitors, bring your entries for Class 12. Early summer.
You want to bring her on around. A nice single entry here in our senior class, the senior calf division. If I could make feet like this on a lot of cattle, really good footed, really stout and very uniform in the shape and size of her feet. A female that's got some foreribs, she's got some shape as she comes out of the backside of her shoulder. If we're going to compare to the ideal, maybe like to change the angle of that shoulder just a notch and just tip that angle back ever so slightly. Maybe just pull her apart in her overall skeletal width and dimension. But a nice individual here is a single entry. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 8 in the open show. First went to entry 212, exhibited by Rob Melman. That will also be your automatic senior calf champion in the open show. We're now ready for Class 12, early summer yearling heifers. We have one entry.
You want to bring her on around and we'll talk about her here a little bit. Very, very powerful, broody beast the young man brings us here. Single entry, but could stand a lot more competition. From her forerib back, she is just phenomenal. Just ultra bold and honest in her shape and kind. Tremendous in her hip and really plants and pushes off those rear two so nicely. And even though that she's got a little chest and a little shoulder, it's proportionate as you look at her because there's so much mass on the backside of that shoulder to go along with it. Very nice single entry. Give the young man a nice round of applause. Very highly presented heifer as well.
Results of Class 12 early summer yearling heifers. First went to entry number 213, Lane Katie. That was in the open and the 4-H show, and that will be your automatic intermediate calf champion in both the open and 4-H show. Now in the ring we have Class 15 April junior yearling heifers. Again, we have one entry.
Exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 16, March Junior Yearling Heifers to ringside. Class 16, March Junior Yearling Heifers to ringside.
really attractive heifer that we've got here. Again, is a single entry, and young man's done a nice job. Man, if we could take this front 1/3 of this heifer and attach it to the front 1/3 of the heifer that we just saw, you'd have a heck of a beast, because she is so good looking, so well built in terms of her neck and shoulder. I really appreciate that about her. And even though she comes back extremely stout and powerful in her hip and hind leg, she doesn't disappoint. She maintains that substance and that ruggedness all the way down in terms of her bone work and her foot. A heifer that's got some nice shape and expansion to her rib shape. If we were going to change her, just like to maybe soften her up in the midsection of her body, just drop her overall rib from a profile standpoint, just give her a little more sweep and depth, particularly as she works back into her flank. But a very attractive heifer. Young man's done a nice job keeping her fresh through the summer. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 15 April Junior Yearling Heifers. First in both the open and 4-H shows was entry 215, exhibited by Jamison Lawson. Next in the ring we have Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. We have 4 entries.
Another broody beast that we got to start the class, and I think she wins this class fairly easily. Just not fairly, she wins this class, young man. I think just very powerful, top to bottom, front to rear, really good in her make, but still has a maternal look about her. With all that mass and shape, she still looks like a girl, and I really appreciate that about her. Yeah, she's got a little more chest and not quite perfect in terms of her front 1/3, but really appreciate the breeding piece that the young man's got. Maybe don't know if it's length of toe that we could change with a good foot trimming. Maybe I'd like to give her a little more depth in that rear heel, but again, picking on a really nice one. Good job, young man. I think the young lady's heifer that comes in second is the logical place, and of the final three within this group, does the best job of combining structural correctness, broodiness, and femininity. And I think as we start to evaluate her and she pulls her on out and around, I think the heifer that just logically fits into that second slot, if you want to go ahead and bring her on around. I think from there, I think you can go either way with the heifers that come third and fourth in class. For me, even though she's a little past the prime, if you will, in terms of body condition, we like to lean her up. She's getting a little excessive in her overall body condition. For me, she's just so much more feminine and refined in terms of her head shape and her overall makeup. And for me, just looks more like a female, and thus she gets the nod within that final duo. Some shape and power that you have with the heifer that rounds out the class, but with that, gets a little coarser and plainer about her head, neck, and shoulder. I think probably gets out and goes a notch better than the heifer that's right in front of her in terms of flexibility. But again, just a little coarser and plainer about her head shape and shoulder and navel, and thus she sits fourth. Let's give those entries a nice round of applause as well.
Results of Class 16 March Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 216, exhibited by Logan Cady. Second to entry 218, exhibited by Abby Patrick. Third, entry number 221, exhibited by Jalen Belisek. And fourth, entry 219, exhibited by Chloe Patrick. That was the open class entries. Reading down your pages, 1, 2, 4, 3. First in the 4-H show was entry 216, exhibited by Logan Cady, and second to entry 221, exhibited by Jalen Belisek. Now in the ring are our junior yearling heifers. We should have 4 entries.
Exhibitors, we need entry 226 to the ring, please. 226. Hereford exhibitors, please bring your entries for Class 21, early senior yearling heifers to ringside, please. Class 21, early senior yearling heifers to ringside.
heifer that wins the class does so pretty handily. Again, as we talked about several of the heifers that have been single entries right ahead of her, just the powerful breeding piece within it that really is good. Really love this heifer, again, from her smoothness and just body shape from her fore rib back, and so smooth and elegant in her joints as well. There's some attributes of hers that probably rival of anything that we've seen in this breed show to this point. Maybe got a little more chest, but again, it's pretty fresh for the age that we have in comparison and where we're at in the stage of the game with this age group. Again, very nice heifer to start the class. I think from, again, completeness and standpoint and combining the most good, as we've said before, the heifer that fits into second does so of the trio remaining. Probably the best in her body shape and uniformity and body depth as she works from her forerib back to her flank. I think in terms of just chest, head shape, throat, just a little plainer than the heifer that we've got the starting the class. And again, maybe like to change that udder. I think as we look and evaluate and study that udder, we're going to see some imbalance in the udder floor as we see that rear udder attachment lag as she compared to the fore udder as we get into development. From there, I think you could swap these heifers in third and fourth, however you like it. For me, I think in just a term of length and extension, correctness of foot size and shape, the heifer that comes in third has those advantages and thus places in that position. Again, from a body shape and overall maybe moderation, if you wanted to go the direction, the heifer in fourth would have that nod within this pair as we round out the class. Again, if you want to change these in your mind, I'll sure let you and won't argue and dicker too much with you. I think they're very close and very different in their type and kind. Let's give those four a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 17 Junior Yearling Heifers. First went to entry 223, Dustin Douglas. Second to entry 226, Rob Melman. Third to entry 224, Lindsay Jacobs. And fourth to entry 225, Lindsay Jacobs. Reading down your page, 1, 3, 4, 2 in the open class. We're now ready to select our junior champion female and our reserve junior champion female. We need our first and second place entries from classes 15, 16, and 17 in the ring, please.
Right here.
Hey, let's give these Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really nice group of heifers. I think 2 of the 3 class winners have some advantages and move into my mind for the contention within this breed group. I think in terms of just subtle differences and extra length and smoothness in the front 1/3 of her body, and just overall smoothness in her body shape and kind, joints. Young lady, really like that one. She'll be champion in this division. Young man, you'll be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Our junior champion female in the open show was entry number 223, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. Our champion in the 4-H show was entry number 216, exhibited by Logan Cady, was also the reserve in the open show. We now need to select the reserve in the junior show. We need our 2 juniors, Jamison Lawson and Jalen Velasek, to return to the ring. Our reserve junior champion in the 4-H will be entry number 215, exhibited by Jamison Lawson. We're now ready for Class 21 early senior yearling heifers.
Attention in the barns, Hereford exhibitors, we need your champion and reserve division, your division champion and reserves to come to ringside for selection of the grand champion, Hereford Female.
single entry and division champion for the young men. Got a nice breeding piece, very moderate and modest in her frame size and super good in her body. I hope that you have a tie-out pin. Do you have a tie-out pin? Because she looks like she could calve at any moment. Heifer, that young man's done a nice job getting bred in line with her age and production status. Good luck. I just hope she waits till you get home, right? Let's give you a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 21, early senior yearling heifers. First in the open show went to entry 227, Michael Velasek. She will also be your automatic senior champion female in the open show. We're now ready to select the champion and reserve champion female in the Hereford show.
Let's give them another round of applause. Good group of Hereford cattle here. There's 3 heifers that I like tremendously well. For local level, I think the quality within those 3 heifers are tremendous, and there's some give and take between them, and there's some similarities in terms of body style and type between 2 of them, and then there's one in my mind that's just a little different in terms of her shape and kind, and so I think there's some give and take. Again, in your mind, if you have a different champion than I do, I sure welcome you to congratulate them and tell them how much you like it, because I think there's 3 heifers that are tremendous. For me, when I start to overall look at the balance and just shape and femininity and even though some give and take, I think there's a heifer that has some advantages that we may not use within, as for champion anyway, in terms of her hip and hind leg and just the size of her rear foot. But again, I think as we try to balance in the most good and the things that come to the forefront for me in terms of breeding pieces, maternal look, brood cow potential. Congratulations, young lady, you'll be champion. You want to bring your reserve on in. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Good effort. As we evaluate the 2 heifers that stand right in front of me for reserve in this division, again, 2 really, really powerful breeding pieces in terms of their shape and kind. There's some similarities there. I think the subtle differences maybe in terms of just head shape and the way one heifer ties her tail head a notch better into her spine. A young man right here with this heifer, she's going to be reserve. Again, really, really like her head shape and the way she's built, just a little different in terms of her hip and the way she ties into her tail head. Give them another round of applause. Thank you.
Our champion Hereford Female was entry number 223, exhibited by Dustin Douglas in the open show. The reserve champion in the open show was entry 213, exhibited by Lane Cady, and that will also be your champion in the 4-H show. The reserve champion in the 4-H show was entry number 216, exhibited by Logan Cady. We now have an added class, class 26, bred and owned. We have 2 entries. Our champion and reserve champion Hereford Heifers will receive awards from the Maryland Hereford Association, and the champion bred and owned Hereford Heifer will receive an award from Little Creek Polled Herefords.
Hereford exhibitors, please bring your pair of females to ringside, and also begin bringing your bull entries to ringside. Jalen Belisek, we need your bred and owned entries in the ring, please. Jalen Belisek to the ring.
Nice pair of heifers that come in for our bred and owned portion of the Hereford division. As we evaluated them early and we bring them back in here again. Really like the top line comparison as we look at those two with the young lady's heifer. She's just so much better right behind her shoulders and maintains more integrity in her top line as she gets out and goes. And I just think more coordinated off of both ends of her skeleton. Nice breeding piece here for the young man in terms of rib shape and body mass for his female as he goes forward with the project. Congratulations again, young lady. You'll be champion. Young man, you'll be reserved. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
The results of Class 26, bred and owned Hereford Females first, went to entry 210, Jalen Belisek, and second to entry 211, Jalen Belisek. We now have 2 entries in the pair of Heifers class, Class 29.
Hereford exhibitors, please bring all of your Hereford Bull entries to ringside. All of your Hereford Bull entries to ringside.
In our pair of females grouping within the Hereford portion of the show, I think just in terms of performance and condition, where they are in terms of development, young ladies, heifers to my right will win this division. I think there's some things in terms of uniformity that I like if we compared the two in terms of the heifers that are to my left. I think, but unfortunately, just a little uniformly greener, if you will, at this point as we compare them, and thus from a competitive standpoint, we're going to go ahead and use the bloomier pair to win this class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 29, pair of females first, went to entry number 228, Lindsay Jacobs, and second to entry 229, Abby Patrick. We're now ready for Class 31, Junior Bull Calf. We have 1 entry.
Nice bull calf as she leads him on out that we evaluated on the pair, I believe. Is that correct? Yes. He's got some rib shape, he's got some performance, but most importantly, the thing I like about this bull, no matter the terrain, I think there's some flexibility in terms of his skeletal makeup. He's really long and striding, hits his stride, even though from a balance standpoint, maybe as you look at his body type, he doesn't quite balance out as we'd like compared to the norm, but when he gets put in motion, there's no doubt about the flexibility that he has and the range of motion he has. Let's give this individual a nice round of applause for a single entry.
Results of Class 31 Junior Bull Calves first went to entry number 230, Lindsay Jacobs. This will also be your Bull Calf champion. Next in the ring, we have Class 35 Senior Bull Calf. We have one entry.
Extremely high-performing September bull that comes to us as she leads him out, a calf that's really long and really extended in his body type and kind, very advanced in terms of his testicular development. He's got some masculinity development in his up in his head and his crest. A bull that we compared him to the ideal, maybe just like to soften him up and give him some more rib depth and shape, but a nice single entry. Let's give the young lady a nice round of applause. A lot of similarities that we have with this bull as we compare him to the bull that came out of the prior division. Maybe not quite the performance and length relative to his age, but there's some quality in, there's some masculinity, there's some testicular development. He may be a notch better in terms of his rib design and uniformity. I guess we'd like to just power him up as we compare to the ideal and just stouten him up in his features, top to bottom, front to end. A nice entry for the young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
The results of Class 36 Senior Calf, Class 35 Senior Bull Calf first went to Delaney Heath, and that was also the Senior Calf Champion Bull. The results of Class 38 late summer yearling bulls first went to entry 232, Abby Patrick, and that was also the intermediate champion bull.
We're having a little old-timer showmanship, aren't we? Yeah, I like it. Really range-ready bull that comes into us in our final division here in the Hereford show. Extremely flexible and really honest in terms of his working clothes condition that he gets brought to us and exhibited to us by a bull that you like quite a bit. Again, we got to understand that he's probably been turned out on cows, I'm guessing, so really raw in terms of his body shape, but you can really look and see the good pieces and parts, even though he's extremely green in his condition. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 49, 2-year-old bull. First went to entry 233, exhibited by Abby Patrick. That was also the senior champion bull, and now we're selecting the grand champion bull in the Hereford show.
As we look to put together the best pieces and parts we can to select a champion here in the Hereford Bull Show, I think for me the obvious choice is going to be our senior bull calf in terms of just performance and stoutness and overall development for his age, and also combining some balance and look. He's the logical choice for me. Let's give him a nice round of applause. I think there it gets a little more difficult in terms of which way you lean, in terms of just raw ruggedness, maybe some muscle shape and some presence from a show ring appeal, where we've got the functional, flexible young bull that you like from a range coverage standpoint in terms of his overall flexibility and structural correctness. I think in just terms of meat animal shape and stoutness, and we look for in a bull, young ladies bull coming out here from our junior division will be your reserve here in the Hereford Bull Show. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Again, we talked about them already in classes, and it's pretty fresh in our mind with the single entries we had in those divisions. A nice pair of bulls here for the young lady I'm taking it, or their breeding program family. Let's give them a nice round of applause for the pair of bulls that they have here today.
Our grand champion Hereford Bull with entry number 231, exhibited by Delaney Heath. The reserve grand champion was entry 232, exhibited by Abby Patrick. In the Class 55 group of 2 bulls class, first went to entry 234, Abby Patrick. We're now ready for the junior get of sire. We have 1 entry.
here to conclude the Hereford portion of our beef show. We've got a junior get a sire for these exhibitors, bull that was reserve, and 2 Hereford calves we talked about that had a nice future that were just a little greener in their body condition in the female show. Let's give this junior get a sire a nice round of applause. Nice pair of cattle entry for the young ladies, and talked about the flexibility of the bull calf when he was in here in the youngest calf class of our Hereford Bull show. We've got a reserve heifer calf division winner, the young ladies here to the left. Nice pair of cattle with a lot of future. Let's give this pair of Hereford cattle a nice round of applause. For the produce dam, we slide the bull calf out and we slip the Hereford heifer that we saw earlier in with this reserve winning calf champion here. Nice pair of cattle, I think nice breeding pieces for these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Finish out the announcements of our Hereford show. First in class 57 went to Abby Patrick, that was junior get a sire. First in the pair of calves went to Lindsay Jacobs, class 58, and first in the produce of dam, class 59, Lindsay Jacobs. We're now ready to start our commercial heifer show. We had 2 separate classes, and we just brought both of them in together for our judge to look them over.
So as we talk about them from an individual standpoint here in our commercial division, the young lady's red heifer, really maternal in terms of her rib and body, her head shape. She's got some parts from a brood cow prospect standpoint that we really, really like. As we compare to the ideal, we'd like to just balance her out. Her front 1/3 gets a little deeper and heavier than her back, so proportionally doesn't quite balance out quite as nicely from the side. She's a notch frailer in her bone work and just maybe a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, but really appreciate the maternal components that female brings. As we talk about the black heifer as a single entry in that age division as well, really gives you a nice look from the side in terms of balance and levelness. A female that fits together proportionally from a third, middle third, or back third, if you will. As we step in beside her is powerful and is good shaped in terms of her boldness of her rib and muscle of any heifer, but still has some maternal shape to it and not just a masculine look from that regard. Maybe just a little off in terms of her hoof shape, in terms of evenness of her shape and size of both claws, particularly on her rear 2, but a very nice individual. As we then evaluate them from a comparative sense, and we pick our champion and reserve champion within that commercial division, just that extra look of quality and balance and profile presence that we like from the black heifer. She's going to be champion, young lady. You'll be reserve in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results in the commercial heifer show, class 1, first went to Addison Ridgely. Class 2, first went to Courtney Spicer. The champion commercial heifer was exhibited by Courtney Spicer, and the reserve champion exhibited by Addison Ridgely. The champion will receive an award from the Larry Bresnock family, as well as an award from Briggs Livestock in memory of Cody Porter. The reserve champion receives an award donated by the Howard County 4-H Beef Club, and an award also exhibited by also donated by Briggs Livestock in memory of Cody Porter. That concludes our commercial heifer show. We're now ready for Shorthorns.
Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring all of your entries to the ring. The females, the judge will put all of the single class entries in the ring, please. Weston, we need your heifer in the ring, please. Attention beef exhibitors. After we complete the Shorthorn breed show, we will move on to the Supremes. The order of the Supreme shows will be 4-H Red Gnome will be first, 4-H Female will be second, Open Class Supreme Bull will be third, and Open Class Supreme Heifer will be fourth. So if you had a breed champion in either 4-H or Open, you need to be getting your animals ready to come back for the Supreme Drive.
So we're going to do like we did the last division. We're going to evaluate them from an individual standpoint as an individual class, and then talk about them from a comparative sense as we pick champion and reserve. Young man, I'm pretty positive about that. Young man's red and white heifer that is in our youngest class, extremely attractive from the hooks forward, just a really good build individual. So proportionate neck, shoulder, head, forerib, back into that flank. Really like this heifer from that standpoint. As we step in behind her, sure enough, natural shape and power to appreciate from a breeding piece in a beef program. If we're going to change her, maybe be in the hip and hind leg construction, maybe just a little tighter in terms of its overall make and kind, a little coarser and bolder in those hock joints than I typically like for a heifer at this age, but definitely some breeding piece opportunities there. Young ladies, roan heifer that we'll talk about from the middle age group within this division, some femininity things in terms of head shape, neck shape that we probably like, the elegance about her better than we will talk about from a comparative sense later as we change her. She's just probably the flatter, narrower made type heifer, if you will, as we compare to the ideal. Just like to pull her apart, not only in terms of rib, but also muscle, and also like to level her out. She a little lower set in the neck into the base of her shoulder. Thus we get kind of an uneven look as we bubble along the top side of her skeleton as we look at her from a profile position. Young man's oldest heifer that we'll talk about in the oldest class from this division. Just a tremendous amount of body power from the forerib back. We just love the dimension that she has in terms of her rib cage, and still so uniform, even though there's depth as we step in behind her. She has boldness to her rib shape. A female that if we compare her to the ideal, maybe a little plainer and a little masculine about her head, if you will, the top side of her shoulder as we visited about another heifer. Maybe I'd like to just tie that neck on higher into the top side of her shoulder, give us a little better look as we view her from the profile. So that's really, really difficult. There's so many different terms of types and kind with these three heifers. I wouldn't argue if someone used the one that gets less standing. I think for me, as I try to pick the most good and look down the road, young man, you're going to be champion with the red and white young heifer. Young man, you'll be reserved with your white. Let's give a nice round of applause to these three entries.
Please bring all of your bull entries to ringside, Shorthorn exhibitors.
And the pair of heifers, if you will. Congratulations.
In our Shorthorn show, in the first class, Class 12, entry number 301 was first, exhibited by Colby Huff. That was also the intermediate calf champion. In Class 17, entry number 302, exhibited by Samantha Heston, was first, and that was also the junior champion. And in Class 21, early senior yearling Heifers, entry number 303, exhibited by Colby Huff, was first and was also the senior champion. Entry 301, exhibited by Colby Huff, was the grand champion Shorthorn Female. And entry number 303, also exhibited by Colby Huff, was the reserve grand champion Shorthorn Female. Also, Class 29, pair of Heifers, exhibited by Colby Huff, was first place. Now we're ready for all the Shorthorn Bulls. Since these are single classes, we would also have them come in at one time. There's a correction on your program. The bull in Class 38 should actually be in Class 49. That's a 2-year-old bull. We should have 3 individual bulls.
You can always figure out who your really good friends are or maybe not when it comes to the county fair, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would show a bull that doesn't own it's kind of being a knothead, right? It's got to be a good friend. Yeah. As we talk about these bulls here individually too, and from a comparative sense in our youngest class, bull calf here, in terms of just length and extension, and we look out to the future, I think the bull that could be the biggest skeleton, the longest made, the latest maturing of the 3, bull is extremely long in terms of his skeletal makeup. I think there's that potential as we evaluate him in terms of an individual standpoint, just a little flatter in his muscle shape, a little tighter in his rib design, just like to blow him apart and just widen him up top to bottom, front to rear. As we talk about the second age group, we don't have to worry about whether he's powerful enough or needs blown apart because he's super stout. Read this calf in terms of his top side shape and back and through his hip and hind quarter, ultra bold and really expansive in the way he's designed. With that comes some coarseness, not only in terms of his head shape, but also skeleton, just wanting to come over on his knee a little bit, wanting to roll out a little bit on his outside claw as well. Maybe like to clean him up in terms of his hock joint ever so slightly, but a really powerful, muscular bull. The oldest bull in terms of just smoothness, really appreciate that. He's the long, smooth, really nice balanced bull. Maybe not quite the muscle shape that we've got from the bull that sits ahead of him in the younger age division. Maybe not quite the length and overall extension and prediction of future growth that we have from the youngest calf. But I think in terms of completeness, structural correctness combined with muscle, body, and an eye appeal, not only would he have won the division in the single entry class, obviously, but I think he'll win your division as well. Congratulations. He'll be champion. The young man right here in the middle, he'll be reserve within the Shorthorn Bull Show.
In our Shorthorn Bull Show, Class 31, Junior Bull Calves first went to entry 305, Samantha Heston, and that was also the calf champion. In Class 43, March Junior Yearling Bulls first went to entry 307, Colby Huff, and that was also the junior champion bull. Class number 49, 2-year-old bulls, entry number 306, exhibited by Samantha Heston, was first. That was also the senior champion bull, and our grand champion bull was entry 306, Samantha Heston, and the reserve was entry 307, Colby Huff. Samantha Heston also had a first place in the 2 bulls class. And we're now ready to move to the Supreme drives. First will be the Supreme bred and owned 4-H heifer, and we should have 2 entries in that area, Angus and the Hereford. We also want to announce that the champions in the Shorthorn division, the champion female and the champion bull, received awards that were presented by the Maryland Shorthorn Association.
here in the Bred Known show that we have for the Supreme Bred Known, we've got 2 entries and 2 very, very nice entries. As we talked about the Angus heifer back in her breed show being so correct, so high quality, so much future in terms of combination of body, femininity, and structural correctness. We talked about the body shape of the Hereford heifer in her breed show, and as she was learning to be a show cow, if you will, young lady's already got her working better and more comfortable the 3rd time now that she's been in the ring. Very high quality heifers, but I think by far and away, young lady's black heifer's just so unique and so blessed for her to have such a nice heifer that she's raised. Let's give her a nice round of applause, and for the young lady here at the Hereford being reserved.
Our Supreme Champion Bred Known female is the Angus, number 131, exhibited by Blair Heath. The Reserve Senior Supreme Champion Bred Known is entry 210, exhibited by Jalen Belisek. We're now ready to select the Supreme Champion female in the 4-H division. We need our breed champion heifers into the ring. The Supreme Champion Bred Known female receives an award from Triple Creek Farm, as well as an award from Brittany Bowman, and the Reserve Champion receives an award from Triple Creek Farm. We're now ready for our Supreme Champion in the 4-H division. Our other breeds heifer. Our other breeds heifer is entry 415, exhibited by Hayden Harrison. Our Angus is entry number 128, exhibited by Blair Heath. Our Hereford is number 213, exhibited by Lane Cady. And our commercial heifer is entry 435, exhibited by Courtney Spicer.
Been doing our best job with that.
I was going to thank the people, but that's what I couldn't remember her last name.
I mean, I remember, so I'll just let her go back.
She was the only one that was odd on the other thing. What's her name wasn't here. We got Dale, you, Brianne, Jan Bell, Bill, Dallas, Ashley, Annika,
As we select our Supreme here in the 4-H portion of the breeding show, let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. All of them extremely nice. Young man's AOB, we talked about just the brood cow prospect that she was, just body mass and rib shape. Really love the idea of being able to turn her out and turn her into a brood cow. Some things that you really appreciate just from an industry commercial acceptance, if you will, in terms of her overall makeup and kind. Maybe a little plainer as we compare to some of the other ones in terms of just her head shape, chest, and shoulder, but a nice breeding piece. We'll slip down here and talk about the commercial female in terms of just mass and just the look that she gives from the side. Extremely powerful built as we compare to some of the other heifers out here. Maybe not quite as coordinated in her overall movement in terms of looseness. Maybe like to change her a little bit in terms of her pastern and hoof design, but a very high quality female as well. And as we look to the two heifers that sit here in the middle from the Angus and the Hereford division, really the two elite ones in my mind that come down to contention within this group. The Angus heifer, just so good from the profile, gives you that look and that presence that you really like to have. Some tangible, intangible, however you want to call them, things about her that you really like. We did talk about wanting to loosen her up and maybe change her ever so slightly in terms of her shoulder, but really gives you a look from the profile position. The young man's Hereford heifer, what a powerful breeding piece, what a broody beast, if you will, in terms of just so much shape you get looking down her top line and from the rear perspective. So bold and so massive female that has some look, maybe not quite as much in terms of as we compare to the Angus heifer in terms of her overall roundness and coarseness in her shoulder shape and a little more chest and brisket, if you will. Maybe not quite as ideal in terms of just the shape of the bone, if you will, from that hock to the ground, as you know, I compare to the ideal, but a very high quality breeding piece. Again, I think it's close in my mind, but again, I think there's just that extra look and pizzazz and that show ring possession, show ring appeal, if you will. Congratulations, young lady, you'll be supreme.
Our Supreme Champion 4-H heifer is entry number 128, exhibited by Blair Heath. Blair receives an award that is donated by Kim Sullivan and Ann and Rob Moxley. Next in the ring, we are going to be selecting our Supreme Champion Bull. So we need all of our Bull champions into the ring. Waiting for the bulls to come in the ring, we want to thank all our helpers today who've helped make the show possible. I want to thank our superintendents of the Open Show, Dale Huff, of the 4-H Show, Jennifer Fagans and Brianne Bly. Also our super duper pooper scooper, Jandel Haynes. Our super liner upper, Bill Arrington. Thanks in the ring to Dallas Briggs and Ashley Schaefer. And our go-to gals who've had to run their legs off today, Annika Fagans and Leanne Haynes. Thank you all. And also we want to thank all our award donors who've supported the show through the open class and the 4-H. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. And also, of course, to the Howard County Fair, we appreciate having the breeding show, and it's been a really nice show today. So as soon as the bulls decide to make their way up here, we will. That's no bull, right? There's no bull out there right now, I can tell you that. Our champion Other Breeds bull was number 426, exhibited by Bowman Family Shorthorns. Our champion Angus bull was entry 132, exhibited by Matt Bowerline. Champion Hereford Bull was entry 231, exhibited by Delaney Heath. And the champion Shorthorn Bull was entry 306, exhibited by Samantha Heston.
Yeah, we told him 2 o'clock.
As we select our champion and supreme, I guess, better terminology or the appropriate terminology, here for our bull show. Again, very nice entries and nice representation from the different breeds. You know, the Hereford Bull we'll talk about in terms of just being range ready, if you will, very honest in terms of his body shape and condition. A bull that has some nice parts, the way you compare him to the ideal, just maybe not quite as stout as we'd like him, a little frailer in his features, if you will, but a very nice breeding piece. The Angus Bull, we talked about him in terms of just overall power, bull that in terms of just feet though, and maybe structure, some things that I'd like to change in terms of claw size and evenness, some things that from just a looseness construction standpoint that I'd really like to change. The roan bull calf in terms of just presence and balance and design, particularly when he's in a stationary position, has some nice pieces and parts. And then as you look behind him, I think a bull that's got some width and some shape and some substance to him, even though at a young age you can tell those pieces and parts are developing and it's genuine in terms of his overall body type and kind. The Shorthorn Bull that rounded out the show for us today, we talked about just smoothness and maybe completeness in terms of feet and structural correctness. bull that maybe wasn't perfect in how he laid in his tail head into the backside of his spine. A bull that maybe wasn't the most powerful, but probably adequate in terms of his muscle shape. I think there's some give and take, and as we evaluate them, in my mind, I'm going to take one more quick look, and then I'll select your champion.
The Supreme Champion bull was the Shorthorn. The Shorthorn, she said. If they hand her the mic, she's gonna say Shorthorn. So there you go. The Grand Champion bull, or excuse me, the Supreme Champion bull was the Shorthorn. Exhibit number 306, exhibited by Samantha Heston. Congratulations. She receives an award from the Howard County Fair Association. Now we're ready for the entries for the Supreme Champion Female in the Open Show. We are looking for entry number 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas in the Other Breeds. Entry number 128, exhibited by Blair Heath in the Angus Show. Entry 223, exhibited by Dustin Douglas from the Hereford Show. And entry 301, exhibited by Colby Huff from the Shorthorn Show. So if we can have our 4 breed champions please to the ring to select our Supreme Champion Female. While we have our champion females in the open show in the ring, we want to take one more opportunity to give a great deal of appreciation to our judge, Mr. Spencer Schrader, here from Wells, Kansas. Let's give him a big round of applause for being here to evaluate our animals today. Just to reintroduce our females that are in the ring right now, we have our other breeds champion, number 405, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. Number 128, our Angus champion, exhibited by Blair Heath. Our Hereford champion, number 223, exhibited by Dustin Douglas. And our Shorthorn champion, number 301, exhibited by Colby Huff.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember because that name is common.
What a pleasure for me to be here today judging your beef show, and I look forward to Wednesday as well. And just to give you a touch of background, we're from Kansas and we are a long way from home, but boy, we've just enjoyed the first 2 days that we've been here in Maryland, and look forward to a few more. And just a tremendous honor and pleasure for me to evaluate your beef show here this morning, the breeding portion. And we're going to have a rodeo later. We run both a registered operation and a commercial operation right smack in the middle of Kansas, and our kids are involved in showing and participate both in the Charolais Junior Breed Associations and the Simmental Breed Associations, and so wonderful to experience youth from a different part of the world and to meet new people and see old friends. I think as we evaluate here for the last portion of our beef show here today, we talk about future, we talk about presence, and the little heifer calf from the AOB division. I'm going to see if he wants to let me take her back home to Kansas, because I really like her. She's got some maternal look about her, but yet some of those other things in terms of show ring of presence that you really like, and her future is so bright, I think, down the road. Really nice pieces and parts. Talked about the red and white heifer from the Shorthorn division, or commercial. I'm kind of losing train of thought here. There we go, Shorthorn. And we talked about how good she was from her hooks forward in terms of proportionally tying neck, shoulder, forerib. Maybe wanted to change her in terms of her hock and rear leg rump design, in terms of her joints and just her pasturing as a whole. So with that said, I think it comes down to the really two nice heifers right here in the middle. And man, I wish I could pick two, because I really like them both. I think there's so many good things about each one of them, and it's going to just come down to just little personal preferences here and there. I think there's some advantages in one in terms of just look and style and balance. I think there's some advantages in one in terms of rib and body shape as we look to the other side. I think it's really, really close. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I'm going to go select your Supreme. Our Supreme Champion female is the Angus, entry number 128, exhibited by Blair Heath. She will also receive an award from the Howard County Fair Association. That concludes our breeding show for 2022. Champions, if you would like to get some pictures, please do so quickly. There's another show waiting to come in the ring, so please do that quickly. Thank you all. Thank you to our judge again and to everybody who helped. We'll see you again Wednesday for the market and showmanship in beef.